Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. I hope you're having a wonderful time. You can call me Dragon, and today we'll be going back into some Factorio because it's been a while. I'm done with my chores for today, and I really feel like going back in. Now, I haven't started it up quite yet because I did literally just finish my chores for today and thought, seems like a pretty good time to start some stream today, and since there's an open window, why not make the most of it? So, while that loads, I was thinking that we could take a brief look to see what's new on Steam in terms of updates and stuff. Because I did notice that Valheim is getting some updates, and if you're unfamiliar with what kind of game that is, it actually, when did that come out? Was that like last year? Or was it even before that? I feel like it's a while ago now. But it's basically like an open world sandbox survival exploration game, if you will, which is centered around Norse mythology-ish environments. I actually have no clue how accurate it is to Norse mythology specifically, but it's made by a bunch of people in, as far as I know, Sweden, and they did a pretty good job on the initial release of this game, and ever since they've kind of been like, I assume they've been struggling trying to figure out how to handle this rise to success, given that they were a very small team when they started out and people just immediately went on to the, oh, we want all these things wagon, you know? And initially they had like I think they had a roadmap that they then couldn't quite like realize, or rather they could, but they all of a sudden had more resources at their disposal, so they needed to like reinvest their focus into hiring more people first. So everything probably got shifted along the lines of that. And I haven't actually played this since the Hearth and Home update, which was, I'm just trying to find it now. It's like a really long time ago now. Yeah, this update, Hearth and Home one. Because it sounded like, you know, kind of cool, but also the main thing that I felt, because I played it back when it came out, I felt the game was missing some, like, I don't know, end game things to do, but it was also not performing all that well. So even if you just wanted to do it for the sandbox, especially on the server I would play with a bunch of Americans at the time, and we experienced that doing too much terraforming in an area in its own right just made that particular area unplayable. And I did a lot of terraforming because that's like one of the cool things about this game. You can dig the terrain up and down to a certain degree. There's like a limit on how deep you can go and how, I think also how high up you can stack your dirt and all that stuff. But going back to the top, we do have a new update and stuff. And I'm just curious what the game is like, because I mean, people are still playing it and building absolutely ridiculous things in here. And for those that don't know, it also has structural integrity. So there's a limit to how tall you can build things in the natural scope of the game. And the different materials have like different levels of support that they add, starting with, or not really starting, but you start out with wooden stuff and then can later make stone. And then if you combine the two, you can build really tall structures. I remember I built like a small keep castle kind of thing back then, complete with a moat and everything around it. It was really fucking cool. We also had like a harbor that I dug out, which, yeah, I think this game has a lot of potential to be really good with multiplayer. I really just hope they get some modding support. Let's see, because there's no mod support at the moment. If they get that, it would be really fucking dope. Let's see. Okay, Factorio has loaded. All right. Actually, let me not minimize that. Let's close it and go back in. So, trying to remember, what was I doing the last time? Yes, we cleared out a lot of terrain. That's what we did. Okay. Oh, shit. Yeah. So this is why I wanted to like look at this with fresh eyes, because I think one of the main things that I will need is stone for the platforms, because they're running pretty damn low. The main issue of that is that I have no good place to... Well, I guess I could use some of these train stations here. Or, in fact... Wait a minute. Would that be a terrible idea? It's fairly close to the water. I mean, it is an island, so... But even for that, it's like even much closer than some of the further inland things. So maybe we could actually make a small dock or something that just unloads stone over here. My only concern is that will weaken the defenses if I don't build it up properly. But maybe that might be a good solution. But then again, I would also want to make use of the train system in the game. And it would be a bit weird having all these train stations and roundabouts and all that stuff, and then not make use of it for like the stone, for instance, when there's so much of it on this landmass. And it's all over the place, right? So making a network for that is going to be a pain in the ass. Because I also somehow have to manage to fit in a factory in between all these deposits without it becoming a problem. Okay. Okie dokie. Well, it's not like it's a massive issue to transport stone across up here somehow. They'll probably just go alongside these research belts for now, at least. Yeah, I think maybe that might be a good idea too, regardless, because I also need stone in here. Some places. That is like the issue of the current design, I guess. Because right now, a lot of the places that need stone are dependent on mines that are located in the middle of everything. But I haven't really thought ahead all that much. So like, for instance, I need stone to pass through here as well. And I wouldn't... If I'm not mistaken, doesn't it also need to go not really south. Because there's stone used in this area over here, which is sort of also coming along from the western side, but that's because there's a stone deposit in the middle of everything there as well. There's also one right there. So like, because of this place having all these stone deposits, this needs a lot of stone. And the other place, mining stone up here, transports it down, merges in with another deposit, all places. And this is for research, yes. Yes. And then of course there's this side up here, which right now is only getting stone from the ore facilities, because whenever we wash the ores in water, it gets polluted, and cleaning it back up again yields stone at random intervals, but not enough to keep the production going. Alright, I think I have an idea for how to do this then. So it definitely should be around here. The question is, should it be in the top, in the bottom, or both? I have a feeling that having two trains going with stone might be necessary. Or the wisest approach anyway. Because then the top one could go specifically for the platforms and the bottom one could go for everything else pretty much. I think that might be able to do the trick. Ooh, okay. Right. And how's this set up again? Yes, they can drive down south here, branch off in this into this roundabout, and either return the same way they came or drive into a station, or even like make a shortcut out to the east here instead of going down this road. And then from there they can take the roundabout and go literally any direction they want. Well, since platform is going to be the main cause of concern, maybe that's where we should start. I think we'll first... yeah, let's first set up a station for all of this. And I think I can just use some of the stations I've already used as like a template. Or made as a template. Thinking something along the lines of this. Should be able to rotate this. Yeah. Almost. Damn. Not quite. No, wait, it's fine. I'm just like, I put it on the wrong piece of track. So if I put it there, but then do I want to put it there? Could put it up here as well. There's no station there at the moment. Yeah, I would have to change the layout pretty much. Okay. But I think this is fine as a baseline. And we'll see if we'll play Factorio all day today. It is getting into that point now where I feel like it takes a lot of focus to play this game now. At least if I want to get anywhere. So in other words, it does feel like the game does wear you out. Also, why... what? Why are my own robots not doing anything? Is it because... oh, I think it's because I'm not allowed to carry anymore or something. Okay, so far so good. I think we can just take this. Right. Right, left. Because those need to be moved to the left more. The containers on the right. Oh, this is messy. Oop. You can also go. Let me see. Yeah, okay. I'll just do this other part slightly manually for now. I think that's just as fast, not faster. Okay. That should take care of that. And there's this setup here, which is for the fuel. Actually, I need to copy you. Get that in there. Does this even... no, this isn't even in like a zone thingy. Why are my own bots not doing anything? Oh right, the green is where they build, right. Orange is logistics. Also have to replace all these with blue inserters, I'm pretty sure. And then there's the issue with fuel, which this other setup over here does have the intakes for fuel as well, but it isn't even being supplied there. But the fuel does... yeah, it's already going along the line here, so I should be able to just extend out. And then drag it up. So let's do that. Goody good. This isn't quite connected to the power grid yet, but we'll get that sorted in a moment. There we go. Why are my construction bots not doing anything? They are right there. They were not doing anything for some reason. Is it because... Huh? Is it because I added the, Oh, I'm an idiot. It's because I've toggled the roboport. I remember now. From when we were fighting all the insects and all that stuff. Now I remember. That makes way more sense now. I was thinking it was a little bit weird. And since we're already at it, I suppose there's no harm in splitting off the fuel for these setups up here as well. Just think about how I want to do this. I think I want to do it like that. Doesn't have to be super pretty because I think at this stage I've got most of the tricky parts of the factory here under control, or at least figure it out to a certain degree. If anything, at least to a point where it works. Achoo. I've been sneezing much more lately. Oddly enough, the weather has been getting warmer though. Cause and relation? Not too sure. There we go, that gives me fuel up here. And then funnel it into there. That means that all the trains that can park on these stations should be able to be refueled now. Because all of that has been set up. This is called iron smelt _1. Let's see. L for land. Then it's stone. Is it smelt? Not really smelt. What did I call the other ones? Let's see. Offload. Let's just call it offload. Number 1. Actually, let's take that straight away. Do this as number 2. Could technically call them the same, and then the trains would just figure out which station to park at, but I do want to make sure that both places is applied. Coolio, and then I also need to extract some stone down here. To the left or to the right? That is the big question now. Because the stone is coming in there. And let's see where it comes from. Yeah, so over here, and then it needs to go to the left. Which means if I insert stone here, I can make some of it go back instead, and then fuse in together with the pre-existing mines and prioritize those to make sure they empty, or get emptied first. But then also branch it off to the other side. Could also merge it here for now, and then move it down when the other mines deplete, I guess. Because what is this used for again? Ah, yes. It's for the oil cracking. Got it. Yeah, and that's where... Yeah, where we made it so that we're not doing the efficient version of it, if you want to call it that, because I needed a lubricant. I think I need... Oh, that's actually not a terrible idea. Because right now it is sort of clogging up due to the heavy oil. Wait, no. Okay, so the issue there is that I am not processing the heavy oil fast enough. Okay, so I actually need to expand these facilities that turn heavy into light oil. But I would have to do it over here or something because there's no more room up there. Could possibly also do it down here somewhere. I think that would be fine as well. But that's a completely different problem. I shouldn't get too sidetracked. I'll just get overwhelmed. And where else did we need stone? Because it was down there. Oh yeah, and then of course up to the northeast. With some of the stone coming in there. And the bottom half stone for the research could literally be either offloading point. I think it might be fine to just dedicate the top one to the platform production because they need so bloody much stone. It's essentially going to be a non-stop production until the chest is full, which if we keep using the platforms will never happen. So in conclusion, I think I want to extract it out to the right hand side because then I can drag it down to where the stone is down here and then just split it left and right from there, which I could also do on the left hand side. But if I do it down on the right hand side, there's a bit more room for it, I think. Might also make it easier to expand later. Not entirely sure. Whatever the case, it also makes it easier to actually build the design because it's, you know, just a matter of copying this. Oh, hold on. I can't actually do that. Fuck. There's a flaw in my layout. Let's see if I do this. Will it actually fit then? No. The answer to that is a resounding no. Shoot. Okay, that is actually problematic. How do I solve that? I probably don't need the mixing before it's put into the containers because it's now being put into 2 sets of containers instead of 4. The main thing that this allows me to do is to mix it so that I have more outputs in the other end The question is that really that necessary? Hmm. Mumble, mumble. So why is it that it doesn't fit there, but it fits all the other places? What did I do differently? Is it because... Oh, you know what? I think it's because it's extracting out to the right-hand side. I think that is the issue. Shoot. Okay, then I might actually, just for consistency's sake, do the one on the left-hand side instead after all. Because that does indeed fit, since it's designed that way. Hmm. Let's do some of that undo. Do some of that undo. Don't need you. Don't need you. And yes, I do know that it means the stone's gonna end out on the left-hand side, but there is room for it, so I'm not too worried about it at the moment anyway. Maybe down the line it might become a problem, but I don't know. Hard to say at the moment. Because this should allow me to drag it out at least. But... question is that even like... thing that I need to worry about? I don't know. So many questions, but not a lot of answers. Oh yeah, I forgot we're also researching all this stuff now. Okay, what do we have coming up? Lithium sulfur batteries. Could improve the efficiency of our flammables. Wait, that was something I was... Crap, what was it again? Guess we could research laser turrets. That will also unlock beam damage increases. Yeah, let's just do that for now. Go in there. I can technically take it all the way out to the edge, but do I want to? Now let's leave a space of 2. And then on the right-hand side... No idea why there's that swirly thing here. I think that's just a leftover from days gone by. Because there used to be a stone mine right in the middle of everything here. But that is long gone. Okay, so that should make sure that all the stone goes up to the platforms to begin with, at least. Oh yeah, wait a minute. No. Yes, no. Okay, good. I was just remembering that you need... Wait, what? Why did... Not... What? Was that... Argon? I wonder. Why did that not show up in my events overview? The hell? Unless it's... now I have to figure out what that was. There's like a... Because it could be D-Live. God damn it. But thanks, whoever that is. There's like basically... Go away. There's basically like... I tried setting up the D-Live page to be more polished now. And I set up like a new overlay thing with the alerts. So if people host me and stuff, it'll also show it for D-Live, but unfortunately Streamlabs isn't integrated with it, or Restream, or whatever it is, so yeah, it was on D-Live. Thanks, Stepbanker. Alright, cool. Maybe I should make nah, there's like no good way of doing it. I wonder if there's like a good solution for that. Because if I don't get like notifications in Streamlabs, it's like yeah, I get the messages, thanks very much. I do get the messages through the Restream bot, but I don't get the actual alerts, unfortunately, other than on the overlay. So because I can't watch my stream back all the time because of performance reasons, I want to figure out if there's like a good solution to it. Even if it like, maybe I can make a bot post it in chat or something. Maybe that could work. Because of course I could make the alerts from D-Live stand out so that they're not like similar to the ones on Twitch and stuff. But if I did that, then I still wouldn't know who would be hosting. And let me just... Oh, that also means... Oh, that's actually a bummer. Because if I go to my stream ending thing, it won't say like hosts and such in the top right for D-Live. I wonder if there's a good solution to that. I have a feeling that it won't really, like a solution won't really exist unless Restream does something about it. Well, thanks anyway there. I did realize after that that stream where I got some follows on D-Live that maybe put some more effort into it might be nice. So I at least tried to make it work as much as possible. I mean, I've been thinking about it too, and I think it might be worth putting like adding another panel to the stream, basically explaining what Restream is, because the main purpose of it is to just give people options on where to watch more than anything. So yeah, that's pretty much all there is to it, but there's nothing, like, it's not really explained, and people occasionally do ask about like how it's all set up, so it might maybe be a good idea. All right, well, what were we doing? Up. Stone, that was set up, yes. At least for the top part. I guess I can just copy paste this down. Should be fine. Should only get the parts that we need. Now that I think about it, I don't even know how D-Live's hosting system actually works. Because for Twitch, I do know that it's a thing where you have like a host list, and either you choose specifically who you want to host from that list, where it'll just like randomly pick someone, or you set up to be completely random, so it could be like people that are not on your list specifically. I don't remember if there's also a mix of it. But at least in my case, for Twitch anyway, I do have like my own list of people that come and say hi pretty frequently. With raids and such. And I basically use this host list as a way of saying thanks. Give credit where credit is due and all that. But yeah, I wonder if it's the same on DLive. Because one issue that the host system for Twitch at least has is that once you're like hosted on or hosting someone, they get locked in as your host until they stop streaming, essentially. And I think, yeah, you can also set a priority. So say it's like a, you know, a list, a sorted list going from top to bottom too. I'd host you so you get more promo. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Deathfinger. Yeah, that's very much appreciated. That's usually what hosts are also for. Right, so... Oh shit, how do I do this? Oof. Oh, crap. Oh no, okay, so I need to... So the issue is there's already a belt going south here. Like... Oh man. So I need to get the steel over here first, I think. So if we do this, I think it's gonna be possible. Oh god. But that should allow me to get the stone down at least. Dude, this is some Spaghetti Junction City stuff. Able to turn off the host if you want it, but sometimes it doesn't work because DLive can be broken sometimes. So the only reason why I even heard about DLive in the first place in my own case is because I was listening to the what do you call it, the old world radio stuff for the Fallout mods, where you could listen to all that 60s music and stuff. And they used to have a 24-hour stream on YouTube, but because of digital rights management and stuff, they essentially were forced to shut down on YouTube. But then they could continue running that particular version of their radio on DLive. And at the time, at least, on my Discord, me and my friends, we were using what's it called again? Rhythm Bot or whatever the heck it was called, to basically listen in on streams as a radio within our Discord, so we could listen to these radios essentially as like a community while playing video games. But unfortunately, that feature is also no longer available. But yeah, I noticed that the Restream, they had the option to restream onto DLive on top of a lot of other places. I've also looked into Trovo to see if I could get that working, but after I made my account and realized and forgot that my username would be like the channel's name as well, and I put in something I didn't want it to be, I kind of deleted my account, and now it just says, oh, this email address already has an account. So if I want to set up Trovo as well, then yeah. Then I would have to go and do some fancy stuff. Basically contact them or whatever. Right. But yeah, I do, there's like someone named, the reason why I said Argron earlier is because there's an American that happens to be the husband of a good friend of mine, and he tends to host me very frequently, so I'm just gotten so used to the fact that whenever I'm getting hosts now, it's almost always him. So, but turned out that today was not the case. So much for assumptions, eh? So what, Deaththinker, if you're still here, what do you do on D Live anyway? I haven't really looked into what you're doing there. Also, oh, that's also a thing I can't do. I can't do shoutouts either. God damn. I'm just realizing all of a sudden, like, all the things I still need to do. Oh man, that is so much work. I wonder how many of those integrations I can make work with D Live. I've never really thought about it, because it would be the same for YouTube and Facebook, but those channels have, or sources haven't really given much traffic whatsoever, if any. So it's only because D Live actually gave some traffic that I've decided to put some more effort into it. But you know, I've only just gotten on there and set it all up, so still needs more work. Yeah, okay, so I think this is good to go. All the stone is being funneled in. But let me just follow this along here because I need to see. Wasn't there like a stone deposit somewhere? Maybe I'm wrong. Nah, I think I might be wrong. Very wrong. Nah, I think it's okay. It was just if there was like stone being merged in, I would need to do some prioritizing, but this seems fine. So that is the other train station, at least functional, I think. It's gonna be interesting to see. Video game wise, you do Fallout and Risk of Rain. Oh, Magic the Gathering Arena. Nice. I haven't played Magic the Gathering for quite some time. Though more recently I started playing Battleforge again, which is a little bit inspired by it, I guess you could say. Warhammer miniature painting. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've also got like some people on my host list over on Twitch that also do that kind of stuff. Whom I also have had visits from stuff in the past. I also do miniature painting myself a little bit. I haven't done it in quite a while, and I actually have a commission for a friend that I still need to do. He's very patient, fortunately, but I think I need to get my act together and actually do it soon. Just to get it done. It's like these Cyanide and Happiness board game miniatures for the Trial by Trolley minigame. Board game, sorry. So there's like 2 conductors and a trolley that I need painting, but I'm done with one of the conductors, the good guy. The trolley is almost done. Need a bit more detail on the inside, if I remember. And then there's the other conductor, which is the bad guy, which I haven't begun on yet. But yeah, I should probably finish those soon. Dude, the fucking terrain out here is a mess. So much water everywhere. But you say Fallout, are we talking the old Fallouts or the new ones? Because there's a pretty big difference when it comes to streaming them, at least. After all, they are very different games. Do we have... Yes. Okay. Let's go and grab some platforms, I think. Might need just a handful of these. We don't exactly have a lot, so I guess it's safe to just take all of it. Oh wow. That's pretty cool. I've never played neither 1 or 2. I started personally playing when the third game was new. That's when I first heard about the Fallout franchise to begin with. First time playing it, so you put in your points and skills differently. Okay. Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm aware, there's like some pretty fun things that can happen based on how you put in your attributes and stuff. I do like the idea that if you have very low intelligence and it's like really low, your character is unable to speak proper human language or something, right? Fallout 76. Okay. Yeah, a friend of mine, he mentioned that yesterday actually. I think he read like an update post talking about that Fallout 76 is getting its final update soon, and he was like reading the final part as, you know, they're never gonna work on it ever again moving forward, like the game is done soon. Is that actually what's going on? Because I played it with him and some other friends a long time ago when it was brand new. It was an okay time, but we also lost interest in it, you know, once we got to end game, so. It is too low, you won't even get the option to join the Brotherhood of Steel. Wow. No participation award, huh? Yeah, all the things that I pretty much know about the old Fallouts are just through YouTube videos. Other than that, I'm pretty blank. I think we want to fill in all these small ponds in the middle of everything here. That would be a good place to start at least. Then we can start laying down some rails. Not as necessary as normal because I can make railroad bridges as well. But I think at least flattening out the terrain and simplifying the topology might be a good idea. I mean, it's not really topology, I guess. It's just water or no water. Oh wow, that was all our platforms. Yep, okay. Let's do a bit of terraforming here. To make this into solid terrain, if you can call it that, I guess. Also makes it look a little bit nicer. Not all about that vanity, but sometimes I do. Did release a new update. So far it's just an event. The next, they're going to release something more for endgame to get better items. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of see the issue with 76 for me is that it's a little bit like with the regular, like it's got a bit of the same symptoms as the Fallout 4 end game. Once you get to the end and you've done every quest there is, why would you need to grind for better equipment? And if the events themselves are comprised out of bosses that are just bullet sponges, then I tap out pretty much. Oh hey Toto. Only get 3-star items, so you're guessing with that update you'll get 4 to 5-star items. As in right now you can only get 3-star items? No. No. Damn, that emote is so small. As long as you're having fun, Toto. I was surprised that you're awake today for once. Aren't you normally like sleeping at this point of the day? You have been, at least for the last couple many days, because you've been going at 7 days pretty hard, haven't you? Daddy Kyo been holding you up all night. Though he's not been streaming yesterday, I suppose. Because I didn't actually go to check. Because he was on the 7-day server, but I didn't notice check if he was actually streaming or not. You're actually in bed. Okay. Are you about to go to sleep then? Or you're waking up? Because it's like a little bit over 2 p.m. over here. Past 2 p.m. That's how you say it. Shooting speed and geometry. Okay. Personal submachine laser defense. And I can make a personal arc turret, which is something completely different. Okay. Are you about to sleep? Alright. How long do you think it's gonna take us to convince Kyo to give Battleforge a go? Will listen to my ramblings? Nice. We all love some good ramblings once in a while. What does this unlock? Impulse rifle. Heavy rocket launcher. Okay. Heavy rocket. Immersite rifle mags. And anti-material mags. Mags. This is where the personal defense turret, laser defense turret thingy is. Got it. So we need utility tech cards to do that, which in themselves... Okay. Let's just start researching it at least. That's gonna be a start. Okay. How do I want to do these? Do these? So the issue right now is that it's so messy with all these turret emplacements that I have on this place. Some of them are in disrepair too. Some of them halfway destroyed, which are the more concerning ones. Because if they're halfway destroyed or almost completely destroyed, it means that they've seen some action and failed at defending whatever they were supposed to defend. I think it's because the pollution is spreading too far into this area up here and they're building up forces that... The defensive posts, you know, they're decent, but they can't keep at it for too long before they start getting completely wrecked. And if I want to build some railway here, I have to start clearing out some of these defensive posts. Options. Plenty of. Solutions. Hard to choose. This is just stone, right? Yep. So if we do like... that might be a bit overkill. This is fine. I think we can get rid of this one at least. Then I just need to figure out how to design my oh shit, ammunition. A train station. It's been a while. It's been a very, very long while, to be fair. So, Toto, do you think you'll want to play some Battleforge when you're up and ready to go again? Later today? I feel like I'm designing some of this halfway backwards. I think this is more than enough space, though. Wait, I don't have any train stops. Why do I not have any train stops? Is it because... Yeah, I think it's just because I'm not... It's not in the logistics setup. Let's go and grab some then. Work there, and they'll just bring it to me. Come to me. I should probably get rid of some of this. Don't need that much fertilizer. And I can happily do that now because all of these warehouses are provider warehouses. So there's much less waste now than there used to be. I had to get my stations. Goody good. Let's get rid of these annoying cliff sides. Good thing you can get your bots to also help you destroy these. Because that's also what unlocks the logistics system upgrade. But it all requires the next tier research. There's also uranium processing. So many cool things in the next tier already here. Mining 2. Advanced mining drill. Oh, that's where you need the bloody diamonds. Okay. To plunder the world's resources more intensively. Hey, calm down, game. Whoa! 3.75 mining speed. I think a regular mining drill is just 1.0. An 11 by 11 mining area. Holy crap. How big is this thing gonna be, I wonder? Meh. It's not really something we care about at the moment. Mining productivity. Increases yield for all mining drills. What? Okay. I'm pretty sure that's not a vanilla feature. I wonder if that does go into infinite upgrades too. Interesting. Okay. There's rocket fuel. Should I research solar energy too? Maybe. Maybe. Is mining productivity in vanilla too? Also, hello, Ick. Are you sure though? I remember efficiency, the speed, but productivity that increases the yield. Because there's the speed at which you're mining, then there's the yield. Oh, okay. I haven't really like ever gone too far with the endgame infinite research, so whenever we got there, it's kind of like, okay, we're done now. Moving on. So pardon me if I don't know. What are you up to today? Working? That's what the general person would probably answer, at least. General person. That's what the generic reply at least is. Nah. No matter how I twist it, it always sounds bad, I guess. Words are hard, man. You have Wednesdays off. Work 4 days, 4-day weeks. Okay, been to your therapist. Just got home, chilling on your sofa. Nice. Well, then enjoy your day off. Any other plans for today then? Just see here. Think that should do it. Minimum space. Relaxing. Probably some Factorio at some point. Working through Nullius slowly. Alright. Yeah, humans are weird. It's your day off and you want to do virtual work. It's always going to be like that. So Ek, do you also play Minecraft? I have a feel like there's a lot of people that do, so I was just curious. Because there's a bit of a topic there that I would like... I'm curious to hear what other people think of. It's fun work though. Yeah, I mean, it's easy to accomplish something very quickly. So yes. I agree. But yeah. Not played Minecraft. You're not too good with games that are too open-ended, and Minecraft seems that way. I mean, it's just as open-ended as Factorio. So I'm surprised you play Factorio if that's your stance on it, I guess you could say. Because Factorio doesn't really have an end goal either. It's like you launch a rocket, but... And it says like, oh, you won the game and it rolls the credits, but Minecraft is just the same. You go to the end, you beat the Ender Dragon, and you roll the credits, but the game continues afterwards, right? But then I guess you're not too interested in it then. What I was thinking about. Should I put in medium containers or should I put in the steel chest? I feel I want to use medium containers just because I can, just to be different. Even if it might be a bad idea. Do I want to use inserters? I mean, if I use inserters, I should probably just use the yellow ones. Seems to many people the appeal of Minecraft is to build things they come up with themselves, like elaborate contraptions, big beautiful buildings, etc. Similar to factory designs in Factorio? At least that's how I see it. I think that's like what's it called again? Shoot. There's like a term for it. But yeah, basically like player creations, right? User-generated content, that's what it's called. Very focused on the goal of getting the next research. When you launch the rocket, you lose interest and start a new mod. So it's pretty much the same for Minecraft for me. Me and some friends, we have a tendency to make mod packs. But, you know, you get to the end game-ish in terms of accomplishments of unlocking the best gear or defeat all the bosses or whatever challenges there might be, and then, you know, it's all creative building at that point, which most people like lose interest at that stage. So I would say there's a lot of similarities to that mentality, I guess. Ah, there it is. It's the same, like, reasoning for even making mod packs in the first place is because you've played through vanilla and you don't feel there's anything left to do, right? So held off on playing Factorio for a while because you do struggle with structurizing things. A friend bought you the game though, and you spent some hundreds of hours watching videos of people playing it to learn some structure. Best of playing it in multiplayer. Yeah, I think, especially for modded Factorio, I think that is even more true than not. It's something that I've noticed amongst friends of my own as well, or near friends at least, that there's a tendency to get lost in the amount of things that, you know, you can do, and then actually setting a plan for your approach on how to achieve those things. And without someone else being there to help them establish those intermediate goals and figure things out, it can very quickly become overwhelming for most people. So I think that's pretty normal. So also add a contingency poll there. Feel like with multiple players, each player has their own strengths and weaknesses. Yeah, and you can also delegate tasks. So when I play with two of my friends, when we play Factorio, one person would literally Peak, he goes by, I Pikachu, he would literally do all the train stuff. That's the main thing that he would do, would be all the train stuff. And the other guy, Mac, he would be doing as soon as we unlocked like uranium refining and all that stuff, he would basically be in charge of just making an optimal power plant. That was his entire game from then on. And then getting to those stages, you know, doing it collaboratively basically. Mainly fighting biters, and two of you enjoyed building stuff more. Yeah, and I think that's like the beauty of a lot of games like this with multiplayer support and all that, is that it, you know, kind of leans up towards you being able to do that. I think one stack of these might be more than enough. The reason why I want to do that is because I want to make usage of these huge wooden poles. Yes, let's get a stack of those bad boys. Here they come. But yeah, Minecraft is very much a similar experience in that regard. But yeah, if you're only playing vanilla, you know, which is the starting point, especially if you know how to get to the end credits, if you will, it doesn't really take much effort to get to that point. Like, you can do it rather quickly even. Oh yeah, because they were made out of wood. Yeah. I think that's just because isn't that the same with the vanilla one? I think it's always been that way, at least. But yeah, these electric poles should be pretty dang useful. They only supply a 3x3, but they do only take up a 1x1 for one. There's a lot of ones there. But most importantly, their reach is fucking ridiculous. I mean, look at this. Can reach all the way out there. It's basically twice that of a heavy, what do they even call again? The large steel pylons. It's twice the range of that. Vanilla power poles lost their fuel value before you started playing. Oh, okay. Well, there you go then. I need more hotbars. Is there a mod that adds more hotbars? Because I feel like I'm getting to that stage now where I'm kind of running out of sort of space for all the different things. Yeah, the more you know. Breaking force. Maybe I should just get worker robot speed and cargo size. First, with how many I use, you always just have 4 hotbars visible and only use those. Yeah, so like I've got one hotbar just for making roads and terraforming pretty much. I have one for combat, which has like, actually these two are both for combat. Because this contains like, you know, utilities for exploration, repairs, ammunition for quickly putting into autogun turrets and that kind of stuff, building walls. Though I use robots now to do it automatically for me. And that's what the 9th hotbar was for too. It's basically like the rest of the parts. These are all the things needed to make the hard points, essentially. Got one for, this is for the bioindustry stuff, just when I was making the design. Cargo ships related things, all the water, and then trains, which is very similar. This one is for oil refining stuff. 1 and 2 are the most basic things, so think assemblers, inserters, belts, and pipes and all that stuff. And then number 3 is basically for logistics robots and now also electric poles. I try to make it so that there's like each tab at least has some kind of, you know, purpose, because I hate having to find things in here. But it does, you know, it does change over time as well. So at least how I manage it. Trains you tend to just use your blueprints for. It made a book of train blueprints so you quickly can make a train grid stations, depots for your base. Yeah. But see, that's where, you know, I play differently than most people do, right? In that I'm mostly, the way that I use blueprints at least, mostly just takes, I just copy things in the world and like paste them wherever I want them to. So instead of using a blueprint book, I use the actual world as my blueprint book. You know, as a reference thing. Because I do want to evolve my designs instead of sticking to them too much. And especially for a playthrough like this, I don't like to brute force it, if you know what I mean. Because it feels like when you're using blueprints, you can very quickly end up in a situation where you're brute forcing it a lot. Where you're just like, oh, to make this thing work that way, I need to have room for this entire blueprint, right? Which is not good when you have limited space to work with. And just ends up you terraforming a lot to make room for that, I feel sometimes. But that's just how I play it. It's a bit annoying with train stations in LTN though. Don't want a newly placed station to request stuff, so you've got an empty station. So there's also a third way of playing the game, by the way. And that's the way that Peak he used. I don't think he does so anymore because mods made it too complicated to figure out. But the way that he used to play the game is that he had his inventory open all the time, but because he's on an ultra wide screen, he could just like have it off to the side like this essentially and see everything still, and then play the game. So whenever he needed something, or to the right or whatever, he would just be like, oh yeah, you know, use it as a hotbar in itself, because everything is still sorted. So when you get used to the fact to how it sorts things, it's not too difficult to find them either. But eventually it got too complicated with mods, and he decided to actually make use of the hotbars. And of course for combat I would always use a hotbar specifically for that anyway. So now the question is, how full should I make these? I think for me, I probably do a little bit of both. But it's like, you know, when I'm playing Factorio, I never feel that I'm in a rush to accomplish something specifically. Because if I end up in that stage, you know, the game starts becoming like work. You know, you have a deadline and all that stuff. Or it feels like you've got a clock in your back. And I don't know, when I'm playing games, at least I want to try and avoid that as much as possible. Right, so I am thinking now, one issue that I'm facing is that, so we've got all these deposits here, right? And I do want to make the most of them. But in order to do that, it means that I won't be able to build a factory in this entire area pretty much. And I think even no matter how much I optimize the placement of the stations, there's still like, you know, it's going to be impossible to completely avoid putting it on top of a deposit if I don't mine it all out and move it into like a separate container in the base somewhere. And I've been thinking this for a while now, but it would just be, it's just like gonna pollute so much at once if I were to mine 11 million copper and then put it in a storage facility somewhere, not to mention the amount of space required to even do that. Because even though the largest warehouses, they can contain 500 stacks, that's like no way near a couple million, right? So, I don't know. You see, definitely copy a lot of stuff from your bases too, though you mainly use blueprints for trains, nuclear power, and defensive outpost sort of stuff you need to quickly plop down. Especially with LTN, configuring a new station from scratch can be kind of error prone. Alright. Yeah, and I'm not using that, so I guess I don't have that kind of issue. But yeah. Maybe one day I will have that issue, I don't know. That leaves to be seen. And it's not like this is like a flawless approach either. It does have its own implications, you know. But then again, I never said it was flawless. Should be able to just put it on the opposite side. I think that might be the best idea, at least. The moment I can think of. Wonderful full mod when you get the stations configured. Yeah, I looked into it, but it's just like that's the part where you know it scares me off, is the once you get it configured part. If there's something I don't like in video games, it's sitting in UI for too long. Then I would rather just like do something semi-manually and just, you know, fiddle around with it until it works. I remember someone also saying like they use blueprints for trains because they can't be bothered setting up the signal lights, but I mean, I don't mind it. Just that the model is a bit complex, so there's a slight learning curve, but in practice you need very little of it. You need very little of it different from station to station. Alright. I do wonder if I need to protect the stations because the mines are going to be polluting like crazy, probably. How do I want to do that? Because if they need bullets out here, then I need a train to transport said bullets. Oh, right, now I remember. That's not going to be a problem. The idea was to terraform this entire beach front here so it was like nice and straight and then build a wall along it. At least that's the long-term goal. Hopefully the defensive points can like catch any inbound enemies until that is a feasible solution. Because right now I just need the stone for it to be possible. That's like the main issue. Be happy to give me an intro sometime. Alright. I think for now I'm probably gonna be fine. I haven't gotten into any situation in any playthroughs yet where the trains have really been an issue. And I do have cargo ships at my disposal too, so I think if throughput ends up becoming the main problem and it ends up congesting the train lines, which I don't even think is going to be a thing, then I'll start using the cargo ships instead. And it's going to be like a mix of using trains and cargo ships wherever applicable. So basically like, you know, whenever there's enough landmass to warrant trains, then we're gonna use those. But if it's like a ore deposit right up against the shoreline, then it's probably gonna be by ship. But I think it's also because like one of the ways that I play Factorio a lot is also how I play Minecraft. You know, block by block, piece by piece, instead of a lot of pre-assembled stuff. Because I feel like once you get into that, it's almost like playing Minecraft with world edit. And for Minecraft at least, then, you know, that's only something I would ever do if I were to build like something really, really grandiose and I want it done quickly. But for me, it's also a big part of the process that is the, you know, that's when you play the game. So if you start using not external tools, but, you know, large scale tools like that, it feels less like you're playing the game. For me, anyway. Mainly just like the requester provider model. Super convenient for setting up modular productions. Can make one input station request 5 different things by just setting a couple of combinators, and it'll automatically schedule trains to keep it topped up. Yeah, and that's where I would do the more vanilla approach of just making multiple stations, one for each thing that you want delivered, right? And then set limitations on the chests on how much it should top it up to. Which, I guess, I assume that would basically mean that, you know, it would accomplish the same thing, right? If the intention is to keep everything topped up. It's just a random boat there, right? Okay. I think I need a roundabout. Same thing, just a different model of designing train systems. I figured so. That's like the only thing I hate about putting down paths and such. Is when they don't really like do a pretty good job at or that there's like some cases where the paths, if you don't put them down correctly, they are not actually connected, but they look like they're connected. That's one thing I really don't like about it, how it works. Oh shit. We have the fuel. Our rails back. And a car that can actually turn properly. But yeah, it's not such a big deal with the rails, but because the cargo ships mod uses the same system for their ships, but they look like this, it's really hard sometimes to tell if these paths are connected. And when I made the roundabouts, I was actually missing like a single piece that connected them together, and it was just impossible to figure out if what was wrong, basically. I did eventually figure it out, but yeah. Yeah, because you don't get those railway endings like on, well, rails. So for the cargo ships, it's just like a line, right? And I was wondering why this station up here, I think, wasn't connected to the gold mine, and it was because in these roundabouts, when I made them, it wasn't properly connected all the way up. And when I copied the design across, you know, that mistake, if you will, also carried over to every single roundabout. So, but I did realize that, you know, when it says there's no path, then obviously that means there's no path. Not really brain science or brain surgery. Rocket science, wow. Fucking great at using those. Brain science. Be smart. Do I need... Probably don't need any defensive positions out here anymore because we removed so much of these alien bases. They have reestablished themselves right there, though. That is... Oh. Oh, I think I see why. I think I see why. Probably attack this. Crewmen using path signals on the way into roundabouts instead of regular signals. So the train may drive into the roundabout and stop there. Path signal makes sure it can leave again before entering. What? Sorry, what? I mean, as far as I understand how these rail signals work, as soon as there is a train on this path, none of the other trains are allowed to enter, right? Yeah, I assume you mean the chain signals as well. I have no idea what a path signal is. I don't think that Peak ever really used those either, because neither of us really ended up having the need for it, I think. I don't even know if I'm even making them, if I'm perfectly honest. I can try requesting them, but I don't think I am making them. No, obviously not. Shouldn't be able to park inside though. Because if they park inside, that means that both paths are blocked. And if both paths are blocked, it means that the station that a train went to a station before it was empty somehow, and that shouldn't be possible. Or am I completely... or am I missing a point here? Because the only way that a train can get stuck in a roundabout then is if a train is halfway through here and another enters somehow, but that shouldn't be possible either, right? Unless the other one is green. Yeah, so you mean if there's basically a train over on this segment here, right? And this up there is a chain signal. And a train is coming in from up there, but there's one parked down there. It won't go through the roundabout because it knows that, oh, there's a train already parked on the other side of it. Yeah. But then would you ever use regular rail signals then? I mean, I guess it does mean for regular rail signals that it opens up the possibility of trains behaving faster, like, you know, if you want them to... Yeah, I guess if you want them to be on if you segment a long stretch into multiple segments, you don't want them to like consider the next path ahead. But no, I'm not making them. That is the issue, I guess. Why am I not making these? I wonder. Boopy doopy doop. Trying to remember where I'm even making these in the first place. Achievement. Wow. There we go. This is why I'm not making them. It's not exactly in the most favorable position. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, I've not really messed that much around with trains in this game. Yeah. I think last time I played with my friends, our brute force approach was that you could only go one direction. So instead of having a two rail, like bidirectional rail line, there would be basically just one rail. And then somewhere there would be like a loop around on the outskirts of the base, taking you all the way back to the entrance. And there would be like branching paths that would leave you back into roundabouts that would allow you to go back into the main path to get into whatever station you wanted. But yeah, everything was one directional, so the idea was that, you know, you only really needed to read the next rail signal in the line, because that's the only way that trains could go. And since trains always needed a valid destination before they left their current station, it meant that they could never get stuck, basically. Yeah, that is the main thing here, right? Is that because it allows them to drive backwards in both directions. You have more flexibility, I think is more it. But yeah, also, you know, the other factory setup was much easier to set up as a result. And it was pretty okay function-wise. It's not the best, but it did work. Basic circuits, glass, iron plates, copper wire. Iron plates and circuits, not circuits, copper wire here. Circuits over there. There's glass down there, so I almost have everything around this position here too. Which is what I was thinking. I could probably put down a cheeky factory here and then get it all worked out. Yeah, let's try that. OpenTTD you often do free rail systems where the middle rail can go either way. Don't know if it works well in Factorio. See, I've also seen other people play the game where it's a two rail line, but trains can go either direction on either side of the rails, and intermittently there's basically like a crisscross you know, connection in between the two rails to allow trains to transfer from one side to the other. I don't I think I understand why, but also that just seems to overcomplicate it way too much for my own tastes. Not to mention, like, you know, sounds pretty far away from how real trains work. That's just like a video game thing that allows you to do it that way. It's basically like it does work, but only because it's a video game. It could clog up. Yeah, that's also what I was thinking when I saw it first, but it's pretty wild how it still manages to function, I guess. I'm missing one thing, aren't I? Basic circuits, glass, iron plates, copper wire. Got some over here. Have an idea. But that's the thing though, right? You know, we all play the game differently. Well, not everyone does, but most people have their own way of playing it. Screw it. You can also make chain signal buoys, but I don't remember if I'm actually making those. Here. I think I am, yeah. I'm making chain signal buoys. They're just not being... No. Yes, no, yes. I think the chest is just full of regular signal buoys. I also remember why that is. I should probably get that fixed. Also, everyone playing the game their own way. Also goes back to the whole thing about the, what do you call it? The hotbar situation. Okay, so how many was I there? 4, okay. And let's set the limit for the same. So where did I park my car? There's one, there's a mono wheel down there. It's all the way up there. And since I did notice... Whoa, what? I think my computer might be doing something in the background because I just got like some massive lag. Hope not. Or if it does, hope it doesn't become a problem. Here. Yeah, okay. Figures. Did they just... Yeah, I think they just nicked the signal buoys. They do stack up to 100 though, which is kind of neat. As far as I know, they work just the same though as the ones for the train, which shouldn't really be that surprising. The cargo ships, they work on the same infrastructure, so it's the same overlay and everything as the trains as well, which makes me wonder if it works with the LTN stuff. Should be a car parked around there. Nice. And then that would be inbound and that would be inbound. I should probably do it for the other roundabouts too. Ah, shit, I'll have to go around and do that manually, won't I? Because there's the other rail signals all that already there. I will also have to do that on the for the shipping lanes now that I think about it. Yeah, I think so too. Also roundabout over there though. It'll probably be a while before that becomes relevant, but I might as well take care of it now. Go down here. There is also a roundabout in this direction. Probably want one there too, because there's definitely the possibility a train could get stuck here. Solar energy too. Stick inserters. Let's just research the solar energy. Haven't even started making regular ones, but oh well. But yeah, this is literally just like a return loop. Because I didn't know if I would end up wanting trains in this southern direction. Just so that I wouldn't cut off the possibility of having a train going through here at least. But given how much water there is in that direction, it's slightly unlikely. Does remind me that I can make lifting train bridges as well. This is basically so that you can have trains cross with your cargo ships. So you can have them cross as well. They're just very limited in size and only affect trains. So you can't, unfortunately, you can't use it as like a land bridge. Neat indeed. Even though, you know, I didn't really need this at the moment, but I think it's a good idea to get it under control before it becomes a problem. Whoop. So, would I want the roundabout here immediately? I mean, that would allow the trains at least to do a return as quickly as possible. Because the further away I put this, the longer distance they'd have to travel before they can go in the opposite direction. Yeah, let's just do that. Cool. Should work just fine. Meanwhile, this place has been gathering a lot of stone. So, land... stone... I think I'll just keep it as ore 01. See if I can't get this right the first time around. Yeah. Should have some trains on me, maybe? Possibly, not really. God damn it. Should be making them though. Let's do something like that. How much did they stack? Up to 5. Why are the stack sizes for this shit so low? Okay, then I will change my stance on the train thing. I mean, at the moment I probably don't need carry around that many trains. It's not like I'll be setting up a lot of them constantly anyway. There it is. It's like being blind. Let's go and grab some of those. Not entirely sure on what to do with the asphalt roads. Where to put them exactly. Because if... preferably, the rails here, they would stay even after the deposits are gone, and then I would just build the factory around it for now. But if I do that... I'll probably want the road on the left-hand side at the moment. That's like the one spot that has the most room for it. I just need to figure out where it needs to go. It's also where there's most empty space that isn't covered by ores. There's also this forest up here. And this patch up here also has some space to it. Though most of it is water, so I would have to fill that out. And it also creates that looming fear of being attacked from across the sea. Across the sea. But yeah, building down or putting down asphalt roads and rails helps me structurize and organize everything to where I want them to be, I feel. Because it gives you like a designated place where you can drive along, you know, with your car. Where you shouldn't drive for the rails. But also gives you like an idea on where not to put the factories down. Now I didn't check if I actually received them, but I did. Boop, 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 boop. It's definitely being filled pretty quickly. Eh. Is it because it's not? Hmm? Why? Oh. I'm like, why are these called something different? I think I know why. It's because I copied the layout for these inserters and all that across from the copper smelt thing. I just copied the name over. Okay, since I only have one mine right now, let's just do it like this. Mm. In your train blueprint, it's called generic input station, so you easily can spot ones you've forgotten to name. Yeah, that's like one of the issues with just copying what you have in the world, is that it also copies the station name. Which is understandable why it does that, but it's also a little bit annoying at times. Hmm. Could do like this, but then it will drive around and like... yeah, okay. I should probably just set up 2 stone mines. I can do that. It's not like an issue. Just don't want it to drive away until its cargo is empty, because then that's just gonna waste fuel. Let's give it... well, okay. It's not what I meant to write. 120 seconds for now. And we want that to be an end. Let's put 2 minutes in there for now as well, because there's no point in driving back immediately, because the buffer chests take very little time to empty out, but take quite a while to fill up. And in fact, there's so little stone coming through over here. Why is that? There's something wrong with the blueprint, isn't there? Yep. Okay. I also know why that is. There we go. That should make it a little bit better. move all this hotbar stuff around a little bit. I have a tendency to need these medium steel pylons, so... To be fair, I could probably just replace all the small ones with the medium poles at this point. Portable solar. Could start researching advanced aerodynamics. Could actually research cargo planes. What is even required for one of these bad boys? Things that I am making, but in very large quantities. Got it. Don't even have an airport runway situation anyway yet, and I have a feeling that I don't have the room for it either. Okay, so I can definitely optimize that pot over there. Kind of expected this much. Boom, 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 boom. So far so good. I should really just start using the large wooden poles, I think. Because these huge wooden poles are much, much better for that task. Only thing is that they are off-center because they are a 1x1, which is going to be a bit annoying, but definitely going to be more useful to transport electricity around. Okay, that should give me some stone. I do have some fuel on me that I can just give to this train for now. That should just be refuel when it gets back to the station. Of course, I don't have many rail signals, if any, going along this piece all the way down to the roundabout at the moment, so that could definitely make do with some improvements. Now I gotta be careful not to get driven over. That is that a good problem to have? I don't know. It's definitely something that I always end up fucking up with. Bonk. Let's go down here, grab a piece of road, and try and figure out where I can chuck this in. Ooh, it's definitely gonna be tight. Pretty darn tight. Yeah, I think 2 tiles berth should be fine. Angel Bob's, there's this van sort of thing which trains can smash, but instead it just smashes trains. Okay. No worries about getting driven over, but a bit of a bummer to figure out what station the train you just smashed belongs to. Yeah, I don't think it's a good solution for sure. I can see why that would be. Gunships. I can actually research these. I can actually make them if I research these. Only problem is I don't have any like... Oh, that would be fucking stupid. Hold on. Hold on. Where is it? Because I have these. What's the range on these things? 21. Can I put those on vehicle grids? Nah, I can't. Only equipment. Damn it. Hmm. So this is the lasers here. But it's not what we're interested in. What the heck are those upgrades? Or vehicle grid things? They're personal laser defense, but isn't that still... No, those can be put into vehicle grids. Aw. Could be fun to have like a Tesla coil airplane though. Because as far as I understand it, that's at least what the arc turret basically is. Shoots like a violent bolt of electricity or something. Ah, shit. Oh, my car's all the way up there. God damn it. And I forgot to take a look at the train, which is now gone. Okay, so did it arrive at the station just fine? Yes. And I should probably make those blue inserters because, yeah. I should also make them distributed to both sides of the belt, probably. Yeah, that station needs a bit of reconfiguring, I think. I suppose it would have been better to just output it directly into storage containers so that you're not limited to the throughput of the belt, I suppose. I wonder if I have the space to change that. Because stack inserters don't really do much if you can't like if you're just transferring it onto a belt. For instance. Decisions have to be made. Can't catch me. So let's take this. Don't need that piece. Right. God damn it. Wait, do I not have any more? Oh shit. Yes, I have. Not on stream though, mind you. But yes, I have played it in the past. That game is pretty damn difficult though. Ah, shoot, I'm not making these containers anywhere, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm requesting them, but I'm not making them anywhere. Shoot. Steel plates, rods, beams. Okay, I think I might be making that here. Definitely making the beams here. Fuck. Plates are over here. So that leaves the rods. Okay, so it's not quite the end of the world, but it's pretty fucking close. Okay, so I'm getting steel beams down there, and I'm also producing plates here, so I'm thinking maybe I should just make it down there where there's actually room. Boop, boop. Yeah, let's go and grab the car and get that sorted. But yeah, I've never ever managed to get to a point in ONI where the colony has been like perpetually sustained. I've gotten, like, every time I've played the game, I've gotten further and further and further, but I've never managed to achieve that. As far as I know, it is possible, but currently the latest milestone I got to, which is like what I haven't, what ended up killing me, is dealing with temperature. Temperature would be the furthest I've gotten. So basically to the point where everything else is in order, but you start running out of water. And then I get like access to some kind of geyser, but it's either like a warm or cool geyser, and though it gives me water, it overheats or cools it all down too much. In one run, I tried to make it out to the outer crust of the asteroid. And I was getting pretty close, but the problem was that they started running out of food and water before I could get solar panels up and running. And it all went into a death spiral when power also started going out. So that's about as far as I got, but only on, like, you know, the first map even. I've never ever tried any of the others because I haven't felt like it. It's one of those games that gives me a headache too if I play it for too long in one go. How do I get this up there? But I do like the game. It's just like it's fun until like you get forced into starting over. If you've gotten, like, when you've gotten really far. Have the steel beams there. Trick for temperature is steam engines plus aqua tuna. Steam engines delete heat and convert it into power. Aqua tuna turns liquid cold and radiates heat. So you put an aqua tuner in a closed box with a little bit of water. Use it to boil the water into steam and suck it out the heat with the steam turbine. Yeah, maybe I'll give it a go sometime. Don't know if it's a type of game that I'll be able to like concentrate enough while streaming though, because that's like my main thing about it. It would just wear me down quite a lot. So plates, rods, and beams. Doesn't really matter how much of each I have, but I do have the luxury of just doing one of each, I think. So why not do that? Gives you cold liquid you can run in pipes behind the base or hot stuff or whatever. Yeah, because I was like trying to use the... So I was trying to use those, I think last time I tried using the flowers or whatever that produce cold ambience temperatures around them. Which worked fine for a little while, but even though I tried gathering multiple ones from multiple like cold areas, they just couldn't quite keep up with the demand at some point. And then I think the other issue is, you know, dealing with power. Because eventually you get into that issue where either you run out of coal, for instance, or gas or whatever other resource you're using. So I just haven't gotten to the point of getting like sustainable power up and running, I guess. But, you know, definitely gotten somewhere. At the bottom of the map, there's oil. Okay, I just thought that if you kept digging down, you would just get to the other side of the asteroid. I didn't actually know that the bottom was different to the top. Also heat. So heat and oil are pretty close. I've never really had the issue that everyone was too cold though. It's always been heat because every time I've gotten really far and discovered a geyser, it's always been like a hot one, not a cold one. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never dug down enough to see what's down there yet. I was more focused on trying to get upwards into space so that I could build the solar panels. For better or for worse. Let's just do a little bit more of these, because I have a feeling these are going to be pretty expensive. Should be fine with this though. It's worth digging for WRT power. Oil petroleum gives easier power. WRT? Don't know what WRT means. Oh, with respect to, right. Right. I can also make logistics versions of these here. At the moment though, is that something I want to consider? How problematic would that be? I have a feeling quite problematic, honestly. Yep, it probably would be, because I would need the red circuits, which are here, and transport those all the way across to here. Yeah, this area is already full. I would probably get it around down here, but maybe that's one of those cases where transporting circuits by ship or something might be more beneficial, or I don't know, maybe use logistics drones for those specifically. I'm not entirely certain. Speaking of logistics drones, that also reminds me I actually need to look at something else too. These. I'm not making robo towers. And I need small carbon steel frames and advanced computers for those. Were I not... How was it again? Yeah. Okay, so red circuits are made up here, but... Yeah. That's true. If I wanted to make those, that requires like a... Oof, a lot of stuff, because it's small carbon steel frames and large ones for the advanced computers. Which, amongst other things, requires a lot of steel. But generally speaking, just a lot of room too, just to put the factory into place. Goddamn steel plates. Hmm. Okay, for now, let's not worry too much about it then. Also, I completely built this without even thinking about what they actually needed for resources. I just hooked them up with everything. One size fits all and all that. Yeah, and these don't even need all this fancy schmancy setup stuff. They can actually make do with just regular belts. Like so. Let's actually just move them a little bit there. Set that up there. And you here. There we go. I just need a robo tower in the nearby vicinity. Excellent. There we go. Another one bites the dust. But yeah, I've played quite a few of those colony management, factory management, management games, you could say. To be fair, the easiest way of figuring out exactly which games I've played would be to just check out my Steam profile, but you know, it's not as interesting as asking me directly, I get that. Okay, so let's see if we can figure the solution out here. Hmm. It's not like that it would actually work quite well. Whoops. That's not what you should do. This is what you should be doing. Mainly played Onai and Factorio. Watched a number of them played. Ah. Like, so you're not really... So you haven't played that varied, like many varied games, I take it? Is that what you mean? Okay, that should do the trick. God damn it. Oh, okay, in terms of games like this, I see. You never know, you never know. There's a couple other ones that I've played that are very similar to Factorio. If you're curious. So... there is one called Mindustry, which I know Arkham First he also has played a good amount of recently. This also has multiplayer functionality, but it's... as far as last time I played it, it is... It definitely gives you that goal that you might be searching for in a factory game. In terms of production games like this, you usually play puzzle games more. But yeah, Mindustry might actually interest you then. It's a little bit of a mix between a twin stick shooter and a factory game, where you control like a small fighter or whatever. Can just pop on the trailer here for you. Glorious non-HD, but it's pretty cool. It's got a interesting style for graphics. Everything's like very in what do you call it, infographic or whatever. But yeah, it's very heavily a tower defense factory game where you like defend against enemies coming in over time and such as the main obstacle. And they'll try and destroy your factory and such. I can't remember, Arkham has played it a bit more than me in more recent times, and the campaign style has changed quite a lot. But there's a lot to achieve, and it's all separated into like smaller maps or something. Yeah, I mean, I don't remember how the whole... I don't know how the campaign is set up these days, because when I played it last, it was literally just in early access on Steam. And as you said, Satisfactory, Factory Town. Yeah, well, if combat isn't really your thing, Dream Engines probably isn't something for you either. It's got potential though. This is like also a session-based factory setup where you basically have this floating city that you can build things on, which is the factory setup that you keep, and you land down in a contested area and make these temporary factory extensions that improve your production while you're landed. But everything that's not on the platform when you retreat gets left behind. So there's a lot of enemies to like take out and stuff, and occasionally you do get raided. So again, like, you know, the tower defense aspect. And on your platform, you have to like make food and water and all these other sustainable things to feed your population and grow your capabilities, and also to do research. So there's a lot of strategic choices on how to use that space the most efficiently, though you can expand the platform. Factorio mod? Is that for Factorio, since it's got Torio in the name? I think, yeah, of course I've also played Dyson Sphere Program. I've been wanting to return to it too. It's just a matter of figuring out the exact when. Of course, it's Factory Town, as you said. Forager isn't really, like, it's more of just a crafting game, so that one doesn't really count. I guess Hydroneer kind of comes into a similar aspect, but that's mostly just about, like, it's very simplistic in comparison to some of these games. I've played a lot of different stuff. I don't think I've got that one, no. What's the... Yeah. It's because there's another game called Scrapnauts, which is more of like a survival crafting game. I think I've looked at Autonauts at some point. But, yeah, it's just the art style kind of... I don't know. It's a bit... I don't know. I don't quite like the art style. It's like Factory Towns where, like, I kind of set the limits, I guess. And if it's like Factory Town, then I would just play that, honestly. I also have played a lot of Satisfactory, but I've got it on the Epic Games launcher, so it won't show up in my library. For 40 plus hours in it. That reminds me, what's it called again? There's also Scrap Mechanic, but that's also like that's like a more like a vehicle engineering game, but I really hope that they make more for that. Program the robots. I mean, mentioning all that, I'm surprised that you haven't played Minecraft, honestly. There's like so many things for Minecraft that you'd probably enjoy, especially on the modding scene. So yeah, I'm just kind of surprised by that, I guess. Also, I just realized... God fucking damn it. Now I just got a bunch of stone down here. Great. But yeah, there's like so many factory mods for Minecraft, it's ridiculous. One of the most recent examples that I've messed with is something called Create, which is like, it's a completely different way of doing factory setups in Minecraft. Because very the normal way, if you can put it like that, I suppose, is that the mods will have it where you put resources through like a transport system, like a pipe or whatever, and then you put it in a black box, and then it turns it into something else on the other side, sort of. right? And then you just feed that black box with a variable amount of power or whatever, and then it just does its thing. But create on it, on the other hand, as the name implies, requires you to create these contraptions that I do think you mentioned earlier as well. But they're based around kinetic energy, meaning that transferring power through a create setup is very, very challenging, and it opens up. It's like I think one of the ways they described it is that oh shit, I was like, why? Well, that's because it's being put into my trash logistics slots. But it's basically like set up so that it works more in tune with how you make factory setups in games like Factorio, where they give you, shall we say, the smaller pieces that allows you to build these otherwise more complex systems, you know, on a grand scale. And it's similar in the same way, where they give you the ground pieces for like doing very basic interactions, but then you can combine those interactions in many various ways to achieve something that's much more complex. There we go. Okay, it wasn't too bad. Or not, you end up with a swarm of little simple bots, like in a forestry. One to chop wood, one to gather logs, one to dig holes for new trees, one to gather seeds, one to plant trees, one to gather sticks. After a while you have a huge swarm of little simple bots doing pretty complex things as a whole. That just screams performance heavy, but I don't know. Having all these small entities walking all over the place all the time does give me the fear that it's going to be very performance heavy on your computer. You can set me straight, I guess. Yeah, I think this should be working now. I need to take a quick toilet break and I'll be right back. Don't have a highly spec system, alright. Well, I am back. But I see. Not as good as Factorio, but you still had a good 40 hours of it before you grew bored. Okay. Trying to think how many hours we played Factorio on vanilla before modded. I think that was like 60 hours or something. And that was like to do all the achievements pretty much. Nah, that can't be right. It must have been 100 and something hours, maybe. At least in the hundreds, something. It just works. Okay, but this is not currently hooked up to anything, so let's just do that. Also, is it the modded thing that the rail signals have no collision? Fuck. Shit. Don't do that. Yeah, I thought so. But like, can you drive over them in vanilla? Or is it just the placement? I don't remember. I mean, they have a collider, of course, for selection, but apparently like, so here's where it gets really weird. I have no idea what causes it, like which mod does it. But yeah, I can just put it on top of anything. The place on them. I see. Yeah, see, and the cargo ships mod is very different, where all the buoys you collide with when you drive into them. Which is very obnoxious, to be fair. Yeah, to be honest. Oh, that means I need to also redo that down there. Oh shoot, I forgot. There's all this stone. Ah. Nothing's beats the good old stand on a belt and just eat it up manually. You remember frequently getting annoyed a signal blocking a power pole in your stations. Yeah, I have no idea what mod does it. Because it might be Industrial Revolution that does this particular thing. Because the only other things that modify it are beautiful bridge railways for some reason. And then Combat Mechanics Overhaul. Which is for like walls blocking spitter attacks and that like, so. Do power poles like you do by stations to mark the wagons, but you like to have a signal where the last one is. And they definitely collide, yes. Yeah, I can just do that. I mean, it's nice. Let's take all of, set all of this. Because we almost have to redo this entire section here. There we go. Doesn't that cut it? Yup. Just about. New tip, copy and paste trains. So let's see, stone. So this one needs to be pretty much the same as the other one, but go to the other depot instead. So time passed or full cargo, which is highly unlikely. And time passed. And... or empty cargo. I think that's fine. At least for now. So, how is it that this behaves again? So it tries to go to the station even though there's a train there? Okay. What is it that I am thinking? Because of course right now it waits there, but isn't there a way for me to make it check whether or not that station is actually occupied or not, and only drive if that station is unoccupied? I seem to remember there was a way. Is that like circuit condition or something? Have your Nixie Tube mod? Yeah, I also have that one. I haven't really used it before. Forgets about your clearing tips, so whenever you boot it up, you get like 5, 6. Oh god. Is it on the station? Ah. Thank you. That does simplify it. I think you can also do it with the circuits where you say like, oh, is there like a train at this station? And then use that or something like that. But then, nah, that would only check if when there is a train at the actual station. I don't know if it can also tell you if something's actually heading there. Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted though. And if I wanted to improve it a little bit so it didn't have to drive all the way from the base, I could make a parking spot in before and then use that as a staging area where if there's no valid station that it can go to, then it'll park there until a station does become available. But, you know, I don't think it's a big issue because it's not like it's gonna have any issues filling, like, you know, the cargo doesn't exactly get full, so getting a bit closer to LTN with the waiting area. I mean, you don't need LTN with that though. Now, as annoying as that is, it also means that I'll have to change all of this shit. But it does mean that I can also improve the loading of trains here, actually. Considering they're just running off of regular fuel, they're already driving mighty fast. Holy fucking shit. Sweet. Well, that means that this will be supplied with stone now again, because this has been standing still. Well, not really standing still. It's not really like it's been using any either. Just wasn't being supplied. Let's handcraft some of these. Also need some diagonals. $100 and something is a little bit too much. Ah, right click. That's maybe a little bit more useful. Balancing it out. You say have waiting areas for all your trains, depots, and then schedules available trains from those areas to different routes on demand. So it goes a bit further. Yeah, it's like it yeah, I was like, there was something weird about that sentence. I think I got it though. So it goes a bit further than your idea where the train is locked to a single route. Yeah, that's the main reason to start using LTN, as far as I understood, is when you want to use less trains on the same network to do the same, or if not more, in terms of your work that you need, all the work that needs doing. Making them more efficient. Can I see if I can get this road correct or right or whatever you want to call it? Tiles. Nope. That wasn't how I did it. Okay, do we need to create it as a blueprint? Fine then. Let's have a little bit of road in front of that. Hold on a second. There we go, that's much better. And then... Wait, it would just be the same, but flipped, wouldn't it? Yeah, I just have to figure out exactly what to do about those stripes. Oh, they do line up, don't they? I think they do. Oh, no, not quite. The reason why it'll look like it is because down here. Let's try that again. Yeah, that's more like what I expected. Probably as good as it's gonna get. I already forgot what WRT stands for. With regards to, that's what it meant. Yes. Because you can just put fuel at the depots. Mm. Yeah, this is fine. You can never really get it completely clean, these roads. Let me just refer to these. Yeah. Figured as much. Oh right, I've got trains running. I should be more careful. I was so close to being driven over there. God damn. Fucking trains. Actually copy it from there. Yeah, that's fine. Oh yeah, that's true. I can't use the flip blueprints thing. That won't work. But I should be able to use this piece of road over here. It's a reference. Right? Yes. Does it actually line up? I think it does. Seems like it. Did you see the guy who did the tank-based safe train crossing? When it detected him approaching, it built a train in front of the tracks, and any train approaching would hit it and be blocked from hitting him. No, I did not. We tried doing an actual rail crossing ourselves though, but just using gates and wire logic. So it would basically detect if a train would be, you know, coming through, and then if it would be nearby, it would close up a gate in front of both sides of the tracks. Now, the issue of that is that though it does kind of protect you, it also kind of murders you. Because if you're right on the gate when it closes, and there's a gate on both sides of the tracks, you can kind of see where it's going, you know, you get closed in. And there's no escape. And then the train drives into you. But, you know, can't always win. Belted a tank, so what do you mean belted a tank? So it basically took like a, so what I mean, what you say, what you mean is that there's like a train, sorry, a tank, like vehicle tank, god damn, being like moved across a transport belt, right? Sure. I would give, hold on, yeah, hold on. I was just about to say. Good thing you were thinking faster than me. Whoa! I forgot how big these things are. Holy fucking Jesus. You think the storage facilities are large? This is 1728 storage units. 1728. For reference, even the cargo ship only has 1,000. So how does this work? What? Wow. It's also like the little construction robots coming out to repair it. Gotta be fucking painful to drive across that though, because the conveyor belts are gonna also affect your own vehicle. Have you seen the jump pads mod for Factorio? Yeah. I still think it's pretty funny. I wonder if this is the video that I saw at some point. Let's see here. Don't think this is the exact one. But yeah, just like jumping trains and stuff is pretty cool. Also being able to fling things across from storage boxes is kind of nice. Saw fling build based smelter ones. Yeah, and the issue is though that if the destination for the inserter that throws the resources across, if the destination is full, the resources will just land on the ground. So you have to do some pretty clever stuff to make sure to check if it's actually full. Oh, hey, Salmon God. Want a Doom mod for Factorio? Doom mod? That seems awfully specific. Imagine being Samuel Hayden, harvesting Argent energy in hell, producing automated defenses for the operation. I think I could see that. But then you could also say like Warhammer and all these other games though. Well, that is an issue. So why is that happening? Time to relearn trains. The bugs are so Demon Horde-like. Well, they're also Zerg-like, though. I think that's probably more where they came from than anything else. Can't even see the signal lights here. So I think I do have one. Yeah, I do have a regular rail signal there. Yeah. That should do the trick. Do I have any other similar cases? I don't think so. I might have soon, but I think for the time being we're pretty Gucci. How you doing, Salmon? Yeah. Too much is where your interest would lie, I see. If a train shouldn't be able to park in a section, put a chain signal in front of it. I'll get the hang of it eventually. I'm sure of it. Probably also research Furnace is free to get the casting. To make use of that though, I would probably need an entire separate factory setup for it. Maybe I should research force fields, and I can at least put some energy shields on myself. Pretty rough Pretty sure you have COVID and can't sleep. Oh. Well. Get tested, I suppose. That way you would know for sure, at least. But here's the hoping that that is not the case. It's like, speaking of, my mom also just wrote me earlier today that they've been tested, or not her, I don't think, but my grandma and a sister of mine and her kids and her husband, they were all tested positive recently as well, so I hope it doesn't turn out badly. It's just like a thing where families that have children, they just tend to test positive all the time, I feel like. It's like unavoidable if you have children. And I have a fear that it's one of those things where, because they land in that mentality where it's like, oh, we're gonna get it all the time anyway, so they stop caring about it, and then it's gonna affect everyone else. Yeah. I think they said something along the lines that people have been saying the same thing over here, is like, you know, oh, so schools are like breeding grounds for virus and stuff. So if you really wanted to do something about it, you'd have to completely shut it down. But at the same time, like, you know, society has to keep running somehow. Hold on a second. Nope. Okay. That's just what it looks like. I was like wondering why these in-between pixels were like brown or whatever. Is there actually... Oh shit. There are actually missing tiles. Okay. Never mind. I thought that was a little bit weird. Online schooling worked alright, and it's something that's only essential to society in the long term. Hiccups should be tolerable. The real problem is parents relying on school as childcare so they can work. True, I think that's like a problem with modern society though. I mean, society as it is already leaning towards both parents having to basically work at this stage in order to have like a sizable enough income to actually support themselves. And even though it might sound a little bit, you know, what do you call it, sexist or whatever, but we do also have that whole change in society where, you know, women are doing more and more work just at the same scale as men now, right? So it's to be expected that if no one's home to take care of the kids, and both parents have to basically work to make a living, I think it's kind of safe to also say that that is part of the issue. Yeah, it has been revealing the weaknesses of our society. I think you could say so. And then of course, locations where it's even less optional than in more highly developed areas, or depending on like what kind of job you have and all that, is, you know, the people that are worse off in that regard are going to feel it even more so. But you're right though, generally just from what I've been noticing, from what my mom has been telling me, there's been like there's definitely more people these days where the parents are just not bringing up their children properly. They're not raising them properly. And are relying, as you say, a little bit too much on school and such to actually do their job for them. No wonder your coworkers really has embraced working at home because it makes the home life much easier with kids. And there is a point too where I've heard from, was it a family member? I was talking about this at like a family gathering like a year ago or so, and we got into talking about this and like so the issue about working from home is that, and I don't know how much, you know, true grounds there was in this, but the person was basically stating that women apparently should have a harder time working at home because they have a higher tendency to get into the, oh, but I can also do this and I can also do that kind of mode. Which I don't know particularly if that is true. But regardless though, setting the gender differences aside, I think it's something that could be true for both genders regardless anyway. That when you are working at home, you have a higher tendency to like be more lax about certain things. Because you have that, oh, I'm at home, I can also like get all these other things done. But I don't know. Capitalist pressure is too much. Everyone's too busy and tired trying to pay bills to invest themselves in their children. Yeah, you get distracted more at home. Yeah, and that's like, especially for families that have kids, that's where I could definitely see that it's a bigger problem than for those that don't, right? And it might seem cute now, but it is like a problem that could evolve if the norm becomes working at home more than not. To be fair though, like I'm me being unemployed, I have a little bit of a different perspective on things too, right? So the job center, when the epidemic went real bad, basically was like, oh, we're gonna do everything remotely and all that stuff. And I was like, fucking awesome, because spending half an hour or an hour every time that I have to go and meet with these guys is a bit of a pain in the ass for like a 30-minute meeting. And especially if it doesn't really like give you something productive, but that is a completely different part of, point in that topic. But regardless, I definitely appreciate the whole remote thing as well. Working from home for a few years already, started like 2 years before COVID. Funny thing, you were actually supposed to return to work in the office the exact same day that lockdowns were announced and everyone was sent home. Yeah, the job center is a pain in general. Yeah. But it's actually quite interesting. I had to go to the commune. What was it again? Shoot. It was like, oh yeah, it was because I was taking a forklift certificate, and I needed like some papers and stuff from the commune to be taken care of before I could get that done or something, I think it was. And there they said that they did not expect, at that point at least, to ever return to the, oh, you can just walk into the commune and then get whatever you needed done. It was always like it from then on, it would always be like prearranged meetings basically, or appointments. Like you couldn't just walk in and get an appointment done on the spot. I don't know if they've gone back on that though. Okay, so we've got stone coming in. Seems like it's working, right? More than enough stone down there. Plenty of stone up here too. Yes. Cool. Okay. Question is, should I start setting up trains for the other materials too? It's not really required. I mean, the main issue was to actually get stone enough for this setup up here. And now that that is working, I'm getting platforms made again. But maybe I need to expand the platform production. I think there seems to be just enough room for another copy of this whole setup. Yes, I could actually make a duplicate of that. Maybe we should do that. I also watched a video on the Ukrainian situation the other day that was recommended by one of my friends on Facebook, basically explaining why Russia is invading Ukraine. And of course, you know, it's not a simple matter to try and cover all the potential prospects and most likely causes, because, you know, it's a pretty big deal invading a country after all. But one of the things that was part of that video was the, and this is not just for Russia, this is like a general thing, I'd assume. But one of the things that it did mention was that Russia has been seeing a decline in birth rates. Especially after the pandemic hit. And that means that if they had to, like, do some kind of invasion of another country or whatever, for whichever reason, like generally speaking, it would have to be like around now rather than later, because if they end up in a situation where they basically don't have enough people to act as soldiers, you know, kind of hard having an army if you don't have soldiers, you know. But I mean, the birth rate issue in general is not just Russia. You know, it's literally every industrialized country. And that is also because of the whole, like, you know, both mom and dad are working now. Or potential mom and potential dad are both working now, maybe is a better way to put it. The thing that's really valid, since birth rates are failing almost globally. Yeah. It's not a reason for why they are invading, but more part of the pressure as to when to invade, right? It's not because they're running out of people that they're like, oh, we're gonna invade because we're running out of people. No. It's more just the why now kind of aspect, as far as I understood it anyway. Very, very important distinction. Okay. I don't think we're gonna do this. See if I can't hook that in. Just if everyone else's birth rates are failing too, then it's not really a future disadvantage. I see your point. If we just take a look at it from like a numbers perspective. Yeah, I don't know. But again, I guess it just goes back to what I was saying, that it is a complex matter, right? So, and the video was trying to be as cohesive as humanly possible without going into complete hypothetical what ifs, as far as I understood it. which is probably not the easiest thing to do. One of the reasons the video did mention as to why they were invading was like, for instance, natural resources was one of them. There's also some of it which was about like strategic positioning of Ukraine compared to everything else. Saying, like, I've been reading multiple places saying like, oh, it might be because Russia wants like a buffer zone because they might feel threatened by NATO and all that stuff. But again, like, you know, for anyone that's more curious, you know, I advise everyone, of course, to get their own like insight and opinions. Okay, can I... I can. Just have to break my own rules a little bit. But I can. Definitely I can. Another thing that if I remember correctly, the video tries to like emphasize is that, you know, it's split up between what the Russian government wants, what Putin wants, and what the population wants. And they're very, very different things, right? I think we do like these. Think he's cracked. He seems different recently. Yeah, I haven't watched any of his, like, what do you even call it? It's not really, is it a speech? I guess it is a sort of a speech, right? I didn't actually watch the full length of it. I know that I did see like some of it. You know, it is in Russian, and then it was translated and stuff. And I've also seen like the memes that have started popping up with it, which is kind of like, I don't know, that seems a little bit bad taste. It's also like the ridiculing the man, I guess. But at least as far as I'm concerned, looking back at history, you know, it's not always, it's never a single person. There's always the front man, like for instance if you look at Hitler and stuff. But Hitler wasn't alone in his case. He had a lot of people working alongside him that were just as bad, pretty much. I think I need to split it off here as well. Yeah, and that's why it's like, you know, what Putin wants and what the government wants, or government officials. And everything in between Putin and government officials. that might exist. And I did mention this on another stream, that one of the things that I did read as well was that the most likely people that can have some kind of effect on this, unfortunately, as it may be, is like, you know, the Russian population itself. And thankfully, you know, not everyone in Russia is like happy about this sudden, or yeah, this decision either, so. And I mean, that shouldn't really come as a surprise either, I suppose. Oops. Okay. It's like, why did that happen? Maybe there's a man named Yuri behind Putin these days. You never know. Maybe that's why he's so strange. Okay, I think this is all working just fine now. Let me just see if there's anything. I think we can do something here to actually improve this. So what would it take is the big question. Okay, so these crushers are just really bloody fucking slow. And even though I've put them on either side here, that just doesn't seem to quite cut it. If I remember correctly, when I designed this, this was with like overflow in mind, okay? So the thing that makes this particular setup tricky to get 100% efficiency is a randomness factor. Okay, so if we look into how you make gravel, it produces 1 to 2 gravel by putting stone through a crusher, and then you need silica, which you can also put back that gravel through a crusher, which also gives you 1 to 2, which basically means that for each 1 stone that comes through the processing plant, it could produce anywhere between 1 to 4 silica per thing, which only becomes more pronounced as you go up in scale. So to make use of all that excess potential resources, I guess you could say, that's when we have these rearmost factories. So they are basically like the overflow production, right? And since the rest of the factory setup requires so much space, there's not really like any reason to go down in size for the platform production. Because the throughput of the belt's going to be filled before before anything else, since they require so many resources. In a relatively short time span too. But yeah, if I'm gonna be making platforms to like fill out this entire area, I think I need like a bigger production facility that's a bit better optimized than this. Because this is still way too bloody slow. But that's also part of why I was saying like, I don't feel like terraforming this entire body of water in the middle, because it's going to be really expensive stone-wise on one end, even though we now have access to literally millions of it. But it's also going to require a lot of power, of course, which is another resource, and time. But maybe like having a dedicated platform factory, some separate location might be nice. Yeah, so as soon as the train from the stone deposit leaves, the other train is already on the way back. Or it also departs immediately, so that's good. It's like a pendulum. And given the speed, they don't really stick around. Like, it doesn't really take them long to get all the way up here. So yeah, there's literally no buffer being filled here. Not too sure what to do about the platforms, if I'm honest. If I should make like a separate factory somewhere else. There is another way for me to make silica. So it's not because I don't have options there either. Shit, where was it? Here. I can also make it in a crusher, which also has a small randomness factor into it, but it's 7 to 8, means that 7 is guaranteed. What makes it interesting is that it's free stone that's put through, okay? Which means with the other recipe, it would be anywhere from 3 to 12 silica using the crushers, right? So all of a sudden the randomness span, or whatever you want to call it, is much more pronounced, whereas here, you know, it's more averaged out, where you more consistently get, you know, 7 and then occasionally an extra one. The main issue of this, though, is that the crushers are fucking massive. I don't even know what it even takes to make them, because I'm not making them anywhere. Well, that's not too bad. Should we make a factory for crushers just to have them available, maybe? Because they can do, I think they can do more than silica too. Okay, so let's see. Automation cores, iron beams, gears, and copper wire. So I have a feeling this is the most likely location to find all those resources nearby. Are those iron or steel? I think those are iron beams. And on top of that, automation cores are already coming in here. And what were the other resources? It was copper wire, which is also made here, and then iron gears. Iron gears is not really a big issue. I can just make those locally with the plates that are already here. Okay. Yeah, okay, let's do that. It shouldn't be too difficult to get it in. Screech. Doesn't have to be super pretty, just functional, right? Oakley dokley. You. Let me just make sure these are actually iron beams, though. Yep, definitely iron beams. Can never be too sure, though. I do already have those up here, so I could probably just split those. Oh, right. I have to do it like this. Oh no, I can't do that. Still don't think I'm making robo towers either. Oh yeah, I'm not. It's the red computers thing. Because they're so bloody annoying. Okay, let's see if we can't get these iron beams over. Does this reach if I remove those? No, it does not. Okay. Well, we can do some fancy smancy stuff there. Take the iron beams down here. Okay, so that's at least 2 of the resources. Automation cores and not copper wire, gears. And automation cores are already being put up down there. It does stop here though. Okay, let's just do something really stupid just because I feel like it. It's been a while since I've done one of these. Use the yellow belts, because I can. It's not because it needs a lot of automation cores anyway. And then there's just iron gears left. And the plates are over there, so if we just do one of these. And like so. You make me some iron gears, please. Cool, okay, so that is this factory up and running. You still need to put it in a box though. Output, that is. There. Cool, okay. Doesn't have to be super fast. All that matters is that it's automatic. It's not even because it's super, like, that slow even. Need to be able to keep up pretty well. Well, let's take a look at this bad boy here. Ooh, yeah, this is... See, this is the problem. The size of this thing. It's the size. But then again, it's not just a problem. It's actually also a benefit in some ways. Maybe for the way that we want to design this. Because you do need to have like... Actually, these are actually not that bad now that I think about it. They have like a large surface area per thing, you know. But considering that it does the job of this entire setup here, yeah, I think it's actually like more space conserving. And the output might be better too. Now the only question is where to build this thing. If I should keep it up here or if I should make it somewhere a little bit closer to the railway, because then I could transport. No, I would just add it to the logistics network, wouldn't I? Also, I don't need to put it into a logistics chest. I have I have no need for that. Think about it. Can't remember if I was thinking on using this space up here for anything in particular. It's possible that I was thinking to use this for the robo towers and maybe also roboports. But I don't know if that's enough space though. Because it's that, it comes back to that steel production that I mentioned earlier. So to make small carbon steel frames, I need the plates and the rivets, which is not too bad. But then to make the large ones, you need plates, rivets, beams, and advanced computers. Advanced computers also need the small frames and the circuits of both green and red. So although I'm making a lot of the components required for this process down here, getting it to where it needs to be is a completely different matter. Yeah, I think I'd have to chew on that one for a little bit. Okay, so I am realizing something. Instead of moving all the steel across, I think it's easier to move the red circuits down here. And then maybe use some of this space that's left over here to actually do this production instead. Because a lot of the steel things are already in this location. And I'm also making steel rods at a dedicated factory, and I could just split those off and then turn those into rivets. Not sure if that's what I want to do regarding the rivets, but making it down there seems more feasible, generally speaking. Mainly the reason why is because you need a pretty high throughput to do those rivets. Though it is a one-to-one craft, so it's not really like an issue at all. Maybe I should just do that. I can always extend this factory making the actual steel rods, I suppose. And the advanced motors, they are already being made down here, which is also one of the components required. And I think, aren't batteries also being chucked down here? No. No, not anymore, at least. I think they used to, but since I restructured the entire factory at some point, they're no longer doing that. And batteries, they're like all the way over here somewhere. Here. Let me just follow where this is going again. Yeah, so it goes here and then it just goes north into here, where it's getting used for like robots and stuff. Actually, I don't think I'm even making logistics robots now that I'm thinking about it. Why am I not doing that? Oh, it's because motors, carbon steel frames and all that. Okay. Yeah, so definitely would move the batteries, like split them up and then move them down along here somehow. Maybe just along the belt that actually moves the motors themselves. I think that might be a decent approach. Could also put them on the southern end. There's a little bit of a buffer zone here for belt, specifically for that purpose. Because there's not any room up there for sure. Would also be a bit of a weird place to put them anyway. And this is a little bit cluttered. I also have this entire space here, which I could also utilize. Yeah, so run it down along this here. It's currently ammunition going across, but I can just move that around a little bit. And then just leave the platform factory to do its thing for now, I suppose. Because now it's at least extended and operating, which was the most important thing, to get that back up running. That way it can at least build up a little bit of a storage while I'm working on other things. Haven't even looked at my power in ages, but it seems to be doing just fine. At least that's something I don't have to worry about. How's the oil tanker going again? I think that one's just like sitting. Yeah, because the tanker's just full of oil. Can I? Nope. Okay, so the first deposits here have gone drastically down in production. One's at 16.6 a second, the other one's at 24. And the third one is still at 308 a second. So that's because they've been slowly depleted. They should produce oil indefinitely, but it's just like, you know, the amount that they produce goes down over time until they reach a certain cap. That is weird. Wow. It even confused the automatic removal of belts when I put in those two underground belts. Alright, so batteries. It's nothing too crazy. This down here is a little bit wonky, but I don't think it gets much better than this, unfortunately. Righto. Yeah, let's just keep them there for now. So, on with the work gloves, I suppose. Starting out, let's just continue this road down because there is a copper deposit there anyway. It also gives me a nice block out for like a factory setup anyway. Cool. Okay, so where do we start to make these? I guess the first step would be to make the rivets. And for the large carbon steel frames, you also need the event. Oh yeah, I need the... Oh shoot, yeah, okay. Before I do anything else, let's figure out how to get the red circuits down maybe. That is probably going to be a bigger challenge. Basically just get all the resources in and then worry about the factory setup. Since it only goes to there. It's looking for an opening literally anywhere. So I am wanting to drag it alongside the batteries. Simply because it's from the same direction, more or less. I guess that means that this needs to be down there. Okay, we need to move you. Where do we put the radar in our inventory? There. That should do the trick. Oof, can I? Ugh. Okay, just barely. So let's wait to the rest for now. Let's do a bit of scouting. So I think I might be able to just make a straight line across here, and I will. Okay. Then the next one is if I drag a line down there. Okay, it's gonna be a little bit of a sig and sag kind of pattern, but it should be doable. So basically make it run alongside the fuel up until here. That will work out nicely, great. And then the water line was up here, right? Yep. Does mean that we have this belt going into this otherwise pretty empty spot, so if I do want to build something here later, we'll have to move this around, but that is okay for the time being. Shouldn't cause too many issues, seeing as most of this is like fluid handling around this area anyway. Cross from there. And we just put it alongside here. Let's drag that across, I think, and then down. Yes, okay. It's almost like, sometimes I feel like this part of the game is very much like connect the dots, and then just the fact that you have to establish the dots yourself. Boom. Okay, now we just need to connect this last part. Let's do like so. I think that should mean that we've got red circuits coming all the way down eventually when it reaches it. Lovely, lovely. Let's make sure it actually does. I think it should not bother waiting around. Regardless, I do know that this is where it's going to end up eventually. So, next step. Assuming that I haven't forgotten something. Plates and rivets, yes. And the computers they need, they also need green circuits. I don't think that's an issue though. It's up here, right? Yes. Good, good, good. Very good. Can I actually like split it off though? It's not the prettiest, but it'll work. It'll do the job. Boom, bim, 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 bim. So that's red and green taken care of. And there's plates, rods, two rivets, and beams. So beams should be further up, but yeah, they're not being split down. There's also the rods here, which... Okay... How do I... Oh, shoot. How do I make this neatly? I think if we do that... Allow us to move it back one. So that we can split it off without having to go like all the way forward and then move it around back in weird ways. So even though this junction now looks like ass, it should at least work. And I should be able to do that as well. Plates, rods to rivets, and then we just need the steel beams. Steel beams. And we've got energy shields researched. Nice. At least Mark 1 shield generators. They need gemstones, okay. Fair enough. Ooh, this is gonna be annoying to make, I think. But it can be done. There we go. Put that up there. Put the steel beams down there. Okay, so that should be all the components accounted for, I believe. Now the next question is if I'll be able to actually squeeze the factories that need all these resources in where they need to be. Oh, wait a minute. I have an idea. What if we put the rivet production on the other side of the road where there's a bunch of empty space at the moment? I think that would work. Right, I'm feeding stone through here. And it's like being produced on site. It's needed down here for some bio-industry stuff. Huh. Which was just like a temporary solution. But I think... Oh, I can't really do it here either. I was hoping there would be like enough space here to put... I guess there's not any room up there, regardless. Because to make more room, I can of course just transport the cobblestone along this road for now. And then replace that belt with something, another one from somewhere else at some later stage. But it's like, how would I get the cobblestone all the way over here where it's needed? It's not really like a massive problem, but one that I would like to get addressed right away. Because once I get better underground belts, they can reach much further too, so then I could probably just feed it down from under there and be fine. So yeah, with that in mind, I think it's okay to just say like, okay, this is the solution for now. Because it's not about like always figuring out an immediate solution, but figure out a potential future one. So that when you get around to actually being able to implement that solution, you already know like what to do and you plan ahead for it. So you don't build yourself up into a corner. That's got power, that's good. Just trying to clear up this space as much as possible. Yeah, I think this should do fine. Need an input and an output. But I don't want to do it like that. I want to do it like this, just to save a little bit of space. Configure all these inserters. Good, that should do the trick. Make them reach a little bit more efficiently. So instead of taking all the rods down where I was planning to take them, I should be able to just... let me think here. Take them across like so. And then you need to make me rivet. Thank you very much. Cool. Let's put you back over there. Nice and expandable factory. It's also like, it doesn't necessarily need to be the fastest production in the world, just enough to like do what we need it to for the structures. But like the more efficient this is, the less I'd have to potentially wait, and I hate waiting. Besides, it's a nice challenge. Okay, so... do we have everything now? So the small carbon steel frames, we can just like hook those in. The question is, how compact can we make it now? That is always the question that you should be asking yourself. Let me see here. So if we flip you horizontally, yes. No. Damn it. Okay, can't quite just do that. Would have been the easy solution, wouldn't it? Now I gotta like invert some stuff here. The manual way, I suppose you could say. Yeah, there we go. And this is not for the rivets, of course, but for the carbon steel frames. I don't think it's worth making these double laned, like one on either side. So we're just gonna make do with this. And yeah, I was thinking like just putting the resources on one belt should be fine, right? Because it's 6 carbon steel plates every 2.4 seconds. You can move 30 per second, so you're gonna have a good amount of factories running off just a throughput of 15 a second, because that's half of what a full belt can supply after all. I remember to actually do this correctly. The other thing we needed here was the rivets. Do I even need to split it off? Let me see. Yes, I do. Good. Making sure I'm not doing things I don't need to. Yeah, that should be more than fine. Gotta make the most of the space anyway. Okay. They can probably not supply this many, my guess. Yeah, I have had a suspicion. It seems like it stops around there. Might be able to do a little bit more when the internal buffers are filled, but... yeah. The thing is though, if I get higher tier belts eventually, I can upgrade this and it'll actually have an effect, so let's just keep it as it is. Yeah, that gives us the small item frames. Small item frames? Yeah, just frames. I think I was thinking about Minecraft there for a second. So these bastards, they need a lot of circuits. And then the small carbon steel frames. Is that... yeah, that's not the only thing I need small carbon steel frames for though. Now this spot here might be a little bit problematic for what I'm working on next. Nope. Oops, sorry about that. But we'll see if we can't make it work regardless. The hiccups was real. Ah, this should be fine. Maybe. There we go. That way I can actually split it off and use it somewhere else. Yeah, it's just because there's this pipe in the way. I could probably... Actually, we can probably clean this up now that I'm looking at it. If I just move it over here instead. It's also way better room for it. There we go. It didn't really change much though. Because I would still have to do something like that. So I guess I can do this so that it's a little bit cleaner and then just move the green circuits on the one that's a little bit closer. There we go, tidy that whole thing up. Okie dokie. This is probably way overkill. What's advanced computers used for beyond this? Usage, thank you very much. Personal arc turrets. Shield generators, exoskeleton. I mean, there's 17 recipes here. A lot of it seems to be tied to like personal defense and such. There's also the speed modules and all that junk. Alright. I will need a good amount of it, but for the time being I think we can be a little bit lax on it. You and you. This one is going to take up a lot of space, isn't it? I can make this a little bit more efficient, I suppose. Doing this. There we go. Hey, we got those computers coming for now. I don't think there's any reason to do this to this scale, but might as well make the most of the space again. Okay, so from here we can take those and combine them with the other free materials to get the large carbon steel frames. So let's do like this. Move it back around. Make room for 2 more resources. Essentially, we just want to copy this whole design up there. Let's see, so we need a ton of steel plates, ton of beams, but not that many rivets nor computers. So I think I might just do a combination of the rivets and the computers. Seems pretty reasonable. And for you plates here, What was the other thing I need? That was the beams. Okay, yeah. Definitely gonna align it like that. There we go. And we are making large carbon steel frames again. Took a bit, but here we are. Let's see here. One thing I can and probably want to do though is to set up a blue inserter instead of a red, because they do need a lot of those steel plates, more than a single inserter can even like supply anyway. Like if I wanted to just use one, it does seem like I need a stack inserter pretty much, but you know, it's kind of moot point when your steel plate production is gonna dictate the actual speed of the whole thing. Now, this entire factory is just making steel plates and sending it down there right now, but it's still like not even enough to supply a full run because of how slow it's made. Slowly it's made. So this is fine though. So from here, what was the next thing? So it was for the robo towers and robo ports that I haven't even made before yet. And for the robo towers at least, I already had everything just a moment ago, because it didn't require the large carbon steel frames. That was just for the robo ports. For the robo ports, I also need to make accumulators, and I don't think I have the resources for accumulators quite yet. No. Far from. Or not far from, but I need to make high capacity batteries. And they themselves also need small carbon steel frames. I see. I'm not making junction boxes either, but given that they only need one, it's something that we will probably make on site anyway. But then high capacity batteries, what was that? Is that like using gold or something? No. Oh, it needs the next tier of resources. Lead in this case. Okay. So that is still a little bit beyond my reach. Ah, that is annoying actually. Because the main reasoning being that the only way that I can feasibly transport anything lead related down here is by ship. Fortunately, you know, it's right next to the shoreline, so I can do that. But first we need to make lead. Haven't really thought about where to put the smelting facility either. It might be a thing where I have to put it on, I could put it on like this plot here, like flatten it out with some platforms if I have enough. Because if it's going to take up this amount of space for 4 different facilities, and I also need train stations, it's going to take a lot of space. And it's also going to be polluting. Well, maybe actually putting it on the eastern side here might be better, since I'm planning on doing the like platform thing here anyways. For the wall, basically. So just like a straight line sort of around here. Just build a wall up to protect myself. Well, that's future consideration at the moment. But that doesn't prevent us from being able to make robo towers at least. And logistics robots too, I don't have to forget. That was the other thing, yeah. Yeah. Okay. So how and where do we do that? Let me just take a gander, shall we? Ah, yes. Okay. So small carbon steel frames and advanced circuits are already being sent through to the back portion here. So that leaves me with 2 less things I need to worry about if I want to use the leftmost side of this area for the production. So that means I just need the advanced motors and batteries to be sent along. And for robo towers, it's advanced motors, batteries, and computers as well. Okay. Well, I can send computers down quite easily by just continuing this line here. Will also give me rivets, but I can just filter those out. Cool, cool, cool. So let me just make sure that I got this right. Motors and batteries. Motors, they are up here, and batteries, they're down there. Now, I don't need the charged batteries in this situation, so I'll probably just combine the advanced motors and batteries belt for now. Like so. Upper priority on the left, and only do regular uncharged batteries. There we go. Didn't quite land where I wanted it to, but this is good enough. Let's reserve this space down here for belts, so that I can actually get stuff out of here if I need to. And I need you, I need you, I need you. Let's just set the filter up right away. There we go. So now that means that we should have all the components here at least, right? Yes. Ah, shoot. Ah, damn it. Let's actually put that on the right hand side filter then. There we go. And got you down there. Cool. So now it should just be a matter of setting up the factories that produce these things that I need. Do it towards the end. And... oh, right. Maybe I don't want to do it on that direction because then I can't extend the other... well, actually I would be able to extend the factories, but it would be a little bit more tricky, I think. Screw it. Do I want to? Yeah, let's just do it this way. Make sure that I can actually extend them if I need to. Yes, okay. Original plan is go. So it would be something along the lines of this. We need robo towers and logistics robots. This way I just make sure that everything is accounted for. little bit overkill, maybe, but if it works, it works. Then I just need one facility for the roboports, I would wager. I'm just making a massive production for logistics robots at this point. But yeah, then let's set this first one for robo towers, because then we make sure that we have those, otherwise all the resources will be used for logistics spots, and I would not be happy with that idea. Then let's steal one of these. Setups there. Because I'm lazy. I should just have done the medium-sized pylons here. There we go. And then we use this trick. Do I want to switch it up just for shits and giggles? So we do want a passive provider chest at the end here. Wait, how is it again? Does it have to be... Oh, I can't remember how that works. If we can make it do with like a passive provider chest or not. I'll just do a passive provider chest for now, and then we'll see. Yeah, okay. That would cause an issue there. Fair enough, fair enough. Feed it into there. Want to get this robo tower situation under control first. I think we just put you there. There. There we go. Copy paste those across. Get this one. There we go. And then I would probably need a robo tower on the other end. This isn't even being powered. There we go. Excellent. That also makes a connection across there. And this should make sure that the logistics robots are being put into the system. I can never remember if you can just put them in a provider chest and then they can be put into the system that way, or if you need to put them into an actual robo tower manually. I always manage to get that wrong somehow. Regardless though, should mean that everything is working. Of course, these advanced computers are eating up all the red circuits at the moment. So what is... And yeah, okay, so the slowdown over here is because of these triode or whatever the heck they're called. And it's silica. Why am I not surprised? Seems to be the silica that is the issue, which is being turned into these quartz crystals, which is then being smelted down into silicon. But as you can see, these plants aren't running 24/7 because, yeah, this needs expansion. Should be able to just do it remotely though. Yes. Why not? Well, apart from the fact that the robo towers don't reach that far, now I think about it. Eh. Okay, let's go and get those things done. Most importantly though, now we are getting... Wait, did I... Shit. Did I set a I don't think I set a limit on that chest. Let's make sure that we have a limit on that chest, maybe? Okay, there is a free stack limit. Cool. Good, that means that I won't run out of robo towers as well now, and we've got logistics robots being pumped into the system. So that's another thing that we had before the whole makeover, which is now re-implemented basically. Oh, someone parked in the middle of the road. I wonder who that is. Definitely not me. Nice. Just a good bump for good measure. Build for me, minions. Ah, right. I was like looking for my Roboport's hotbar, but couldn't really find it. Ah, it goes up. I was like, how is that one getting gravel? But now it makes sense to me. Alright. That is more like it. But, you know, still. This whole setup should really just be the crushers, I think. Which we should have plenty in stock of now. Maybe I'll replace this setup with that at some point. Because the throughput of the belt is just going to be heavily limited right now. Should be more than enough room to convert this to a crusher from Krastorio anyway. That being said though, how are these things faring now that they're getting a little bit more quartz crystal? I mean, they're still being eaten up like candy, but... Can we get like an indicator on how the throughput of the belt is? This is very sparse. Though my expectation is that it would take a little while for it to warm up. What does it look like further down the line? So this is like the... Yeah, so I assume this is still from the old production given the length over here. So this is what we had before. And now, is it like any noticeably different at all? Doesn't really seem that different, to be honest. As far as I know, this process of smelting down the quartz stuff is really slow though. But then again, hardly any of these are working or operating. Yeah, we get enough water. It's just the silica that's the main issue here. Yeah, could definitely be better. Could definitely be better. Because it's like, what? Barely any of these factories are even operating. I even have a double laned here. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, okay. I'm just wrapping my head up of what I made at some point. But yeah, it's the silica that's silicon that's the issue, it seems. Definitely. I don't know if the crushing machines, they gotta have like some kind of impact. Positive one, hopefully add that too. I think I just got like a stack of 50 there already, did I? Yep. Nice. Well, plenty of stuff was accomplished today, but it is getting like, I'm already like half an hour past, but I was just like so much into it and wanted to get this thing ready before taking a break from the game. Because you never want to like stop halfway through a factory design. Then when you get back to it, you just forget what you were in the middle of. But yeah, this is where we will be ending today. And since it's been pretty quiet, I think we'll just end the stream nonchalantly. Nonchalantly? I don't even know what that means. Without rating anyone. Yeah. That's fine. Well, wherever you are, I hope you had a wonderful time and that you got something positive out of this. I definitely had a pretty good time working on the factory. It's getting somewhere. It's taking a while, but I mean, it's part of the challenge of living on an island, I suppose. But yeah, let's see, what day is it today? It is Wednesday, so next stream would be, yeah, probably set aside for the weekend. And Friday, I've got like classes Thursday and Friday, so we'll see if I can get around to stream on Friday. Maybe not, because I might want to relax on after a long day of boring stuff. I don't know. It's not always the most exciting, but I've got a long day ahead of me on Friday. So at least I'll try and hit Saturday, and then I'll see you all around there, hopefully. Anyways, that's it for today. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day, at least. And I will see you all on the next time. For now, I've been Dragon, and have a good one.